Test 1 2. Check. Mic check. Swine ring. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2 3. Mic check, swine ring, test 1 2 3.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test, test.
Test 1 2 3. Test. Mic check, test 1 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at the State Fair of Virginia. We're about to start the Hog Show, Youth Hog Show. Our judge today is Jim McCoy from Bloomsburg, Ohio. He was retired from the Real McCoy Genetics, a show pig and boar stud operation. Currently, he is operating an independent show pig consulting business, assisting with multiple boar studs, breeders, and show pig producers, helping them with marketing and sales, and helping families with their purchases, making show pig life a more fulfilling experience. Jim is married to his wife Amanda and has 4 children and 12 grandchildren. He has been judging swine shows at all levels for the past 45 years in 33 states. Let's give him a big round of applause this morning. We're going to bring in Class 1 lightweight crossbred market feeder hogs. 2 entries, Hunter Nugent and Ashley Riley.
Well, good morning. It's a privilege to be here in Virginia to do the State Fair show here today. We got a couple of underweight hogs here that we're going to start with. That again, it's a shame. Sometimes those things happen. You know, sometimes whether they're selected a little slower, they get a little sick. They may not make the exact weight you want. But a couple of nice individuals here. The young lady's pig here was going to be first. The number 70, the black shirt here. A bear that really is a good design kind of a hog. Good in front of his blade, a clean jawline, square kind of a rib and body shape to him. Squares up in his chest and knee. Very good. Leaves us good with muscle shape. We maybe want to stiffen his front pasterns just a nickel to make him closer to ideal, but a nice kind of a pig. The lighter weight color pig we got here, the gilt pig, is one that is really green and immature, just needs groceries and time. She just doesn't have that extra dimension, squareness, and width that we had in her class winner, but a nice design pig that moves free and easy and a clean built hog out of its front end. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head back. Is that thing on? I can't hear it.
Yeah, we can't hear nothing. In that class, first place to Ashley Riley with a pig weighing 202. And second to Hunter Nugent with a pig weighing 177. We will be bringing in lightweight crossbred market barrows, class 1. Entries weighing 220 to 248. Jenny Gray Widener, Addison Green, Riley Nugent, Charles Farmer, Bradley Caron, Coleman Seal, Jenny Gray Widener, James Marshall, and Isaac Cyphers. Addison Green, we're missing your entry from the lightweight market barrows. Pig weighing 220, Addison Green.
Really good class of market hogs. We got here the young man's skunk face pig. We've got here the start to class. That's kind of an unpopular color, or has been through the years. Anytime that white extends up in between their ears and up on their neck, they have a tendency to look a little shorter neck, but they're not. It's a color thing that basically you kind of got to study through it. This is the freshest backed one that's really got good turn to his loin edge, excellent turn and squareness to his rib cage and squareness of knee and front foot. He's got an abundance of muscle but stays in bounds. Everything is very, very good from that aspect. Really nice kind of a hog, just ties a lot of good things together. Really like this one when he first hit the ring, and I still do. That's a very good hog from the profile aspect. Elevation, skull shape, squareness of chest and knee, very good. Really good on his design and profile. He's excellent out of his hind leg. He doesn't have the fresh, youthful shape of top as what we had in that bear that started the class, but not quite the extra punch going directly away, but I really love the profile and design of that one. Very neat built one right here, kind of a jackpot looking kind of a hog there. He's shorter in his body and almost to a fault of being maybe right on the edge of being too short bodied for a lightweight, because as you project that lean growth pattern up into heavy weights, they've got to have some frame size and some extension to get it done. He's not quite as long in front of his blade. He's not quite as long in his body to match everything from end to end, but he's very good in his skull shape, awesome in his jawline. We just like to extend it out in front of his body just a nickel. I like his squareness of chest, squareness of knees, squareness of body. He stays more intact and square on his hip and hind leg set and plants evenly on the hoof wall, more so than our fourth place pig does. The fourth place bear is really a very stout, very bold kind of a hog with lots of extra dimension to him. Stout skull, heavy bone kind of hog. He wants to roll his front feet just a nickel, and as you watch him turn and go directly away, he does the same thing behind. He wants to roll on the outside of his hoof wall just a skosh, but a very, very stout featured hog with heavy boned, stout skulled, really good as far as the overall profile and design. Next one coming out down here is another one. Again, if we could stiffen this one's front feet just a nickel. This one here has a good skull. He's boxing his length of body. He's square in his chest. He's adequate in his knee. Wants to roll his front feet just a bit, and again get just a little softer on those pasterns as he goes. One coming out next. Big scaled extended kind of a pig. It's got some elevation to him. Wants to get just a little more peaked as far as his feature going directly away. He doesn't have as much power and punch from the center portion of his ham on down to the lower set going directly away. Good profile, good design, just needs a little more stuff. The ones on down the line, a good big scaled extended one here that needs to open up in his chest and knee, blend in his ham loin junction just a nickel. The next two pigs are good design kind of pigs. Again, that you like their profile aspect. We just wanted to freshen them up in their overall appearance. Let's give them a nice round of applause once again, if you would. Are they hearing that?
Yeah. We can better. Was 68 to 71.
77, 78 was the first pig that went out there.
All right, I had that right. There were 8 pigs in there, right? Nope.
Yeah, we'll have to get it from Tim and make sure.
John Benner. In that class, first place went to James Marshall. Second, Isaac Cyphers. Third, Bradley Cron. Fourth, Jenny Gray Widener. Fifth, Charles Farmer. Sixth, Jenny Gray Widener. Seventh, Coleman Seal. Eighth, Riley Nugent. And ninth, Addison Green. I think. This is Class 2 lightweight crossbred market barrows. Entries weighing 249 to 258. Leah Gentry, Mason Vanderhyde, Abby Lane Widener, Logan Cassiano, Olivia Fisher, Carson Stern, Landon Marshall, and Isaac Cyphers. This show would not be possible without the crew that is helping ringside. The show crew includes Tim Mize, Fauquier County A&R agent, Kim Monroe, Loudoun County 4-H educator, Shane Horsley, Smithfield Incorporated, Ryan Horsley, Land of Promise Farm, Scott and Tabby Buchanan, John Benner, A&R agent from Augusta County, John and Ginger Borer, Emily Bowman, NJSA board member, and Virginia 4-H alum. Marriott Prados, she is helping back, making sure we have all the animals we need in the ring.
Well, a really intriguing kind of a class put together. And again, there's some differences as we sort through the balanced, good design one that has a better running gear, particularly hind leg set, is going to be young man's white sock pig here in front of me. A really good design, high-headed. Hog that everything blends in his top line, right back. His head carriage blends into the top of his blades, his levelness of design, his levelness of hip, his reach and flexibility with heaviness of structure and strong feet is very good. He's not the most powerful as far as the amount of punch he's got for muscle, but he's sure more than adequate. Squares up extremely good with nice flare and muscularity, a fresh kind of a top. The white bear is a really intriguing one, and from the side, if I didn't have to go in behind him, that would be your class winner. Man, that was good looking one out of his front end. Excellent as far as his skull shape. Really has good curvature and angle out of his front end and sets a really good square kind of a look in chest floor and knee up front. And he's very boxy, his length of body, but not too short bodied. He takes a long stride from the side. Get in behind him. He wants to get wider in his stifle. He wants to get wider in his hock. He takes good length of stride. You got to watch him go directly away from down over top from my perspective out here to see kind of that. He's just got to blend just a little bit better from that aspect, not be quite beyond the edges. Good design one here that is more intact and square, and as far as his muscle pattern, the way he squares off his hind leg and out of his stifle, he's softer in his front pastern. He's a little flatter in his shoulder and his blade, but a very good design one. Stout skulled, elevated, good looking one from the side. Just need to see just a shot more of them. They're going directly away. The one coming out next, this is kind of a good stout kind of a bear that's a fresh top, fresh body kind of a hog, a good skull shape in this one, has an extra good kind of a running gear. He doesn't have the eye appeal out in front of his blade up in his crest and chine area, not quite as good in his throat, but very good as far as the rest of the competition, being a fresh-sided kind of a pig that's got excellent kind of body shape to him. The multicolored pig we got coming out just logically has to fit next in line. Stout skull, good design, good built kind of a pig from the side, a little more bland and washed out in his overall muscle shape versus those ones we had above him in the drive, but a nice stout built kind of a hog with very stout, a good stoutness of feature. The bullseye budded hog coming out next is one, again, has some growth potential. I mean, stout, big rib, big body working in him. He's got more freshness at top and more true dimension to him than the one we got next in the drive. He's got to have more eye appeal out of his front end, be a little cleaner on his lower third. This one here next is one that's really neat from the side, elevated, good looking out of his front end, heavy bone. There's just not enough of him. He wants to roll his front feet and get into his chest floor a little bit more. He's a little more bland and flat and washed out in his muscle pattern. But, man, if we could pump that one with some groceries and the right protein, that would be a very neat kind of a bear. He just doesn't have enough to him here today. The pig we finish up with here, just not feeling good on this running gear. This left rear here, just need to stabilize him a little bit better there. He's just not feeling the best on either end today. Let's give him a nice round of applause once again, if you would.
Congratulations in that class. First place to Logan Cassiano. Second, Landon Marshall. Third, Olivia Fisher. Isaac Cyphers in fourth. Fifth, Mason Vanderhyde. Sixth, Leah Gentry. Seventh, Abby Lane Widener. And eighth, Carson Stern. We're going to bring back from class one, lightweight, James Cyphers, James Marshall, and Logan Cassiano.
Well, for your division championship here again, 4 nice individuals again that represent that weight range. Very good. Our pair of class winners again, good design hogs that I think have a really good kind of a running gear off of both ends. Length of stride, squareness of build is very good. I think one of them's just a shot better in his chest and knee. One of them's just a shot better from that aspect of having a shot more punch going directly away and still stays within himself. Young man's white belt hog over here is going to be your champion. Reserve champion is going to be right here. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. Our champion lightweight division crossbred market barrow was exhibited by James Marshall. And reserve champion lightweight division crossbred market barrow is shown by Logan Cassiano. We're going to move straight into our middleweight crossbred market barrow classes. Class 1, pigs weighing 260 to 269. Ella Jane Michael, Hunter Ross, Lucas Myers, Taylor Henderlight, Macy Hoffman, Charles Farmer, Landon Marshall, and Jake Henderson. Hog exhibitors, the showmanship portion of today's show will start 30 minutes after the Market Hog Show. Please make sure you're ready.
interesting class here. Young man's all black Barra is going to win this particular drive just on freshness alone. Really a boxy Barra built, Barra length of body kind of a Barra. Kind of had to wait him. He's kind of got a constipated condition there. He came out. He's doing it again there now. And when he does that, he gets everything bowed out. So I kind of went away from him and came back to him later. And as he stops and gets that fill out of him and goes ahead and squares up, he's still on the edges, but he's not too much. That's a good scold hog. It's the right kind of bone, good feet. Again, very square and boxy in his rib and length of body and body shape. And he's got a big amount of muscle volume behind, but handles it, I think, very adequately. A really nice kind of a barrel. The young man closest to me here that's going to be second in the drive probably has a little more looseness of hinge behind as far as the way he sets his hip and hind leg set. There's not quite as much of him. He's a little more vanilla in his presentation as far as his overall shape down his top and thickness of muscle behind. But he's a good design pig that, again, good jawline, level design, good reach, just gets a little plainer. The pig we got in third probably has just a shot more actual muscle, but not more muscle shape, if that makes sense to you. He's got a little more volume going directly away. He's a little plainer out in front of his blade. He's not quite as good as far as his flex going directly away as the pig we had in second, but a nice barrel. The cheetah-colored pig coming out there in fourth is one that wants to roll just a little too much behind and wants to get a little pinched in his forerib and chest fore. But compared to the rest of the competition down the line, a good scold hog with a fresh top, good muscle volume behind, I think handles it adequately. We just like to square that one up and from his hock to the ground, square it up on that hoof wall as it goes directly away. Nice design kind of a pig here that's just not quite as good in front of his blade and up in his crest. He's boxing his length of body, he's level in his design, he's real sound. He's got a big, robust kind of a top. He gets a little more average in the muscle pattern going directly away. The painted up colored pig we got coming out here next, again, a good design, good fronted one there. It has an awesome kind of a presentation from the side as far as profile and design and elevation. Gets a little too plain in his overall shape. He wants to get a little A-frame to the top of his blade. Pig got coming out next was probably a killer 30 to 45 days ago. He's just had to be yanked on a little too far. He's a little plainer in his top. He's up in his chine. He's plainer in his muscle pattern. I do love the profile and the way that one gets out and goes. We just got to see more of him here today. And the belted pig we finish up with, good big growthy kind of a pig, has elevation and extension, just need to give him a shot more bone working with. Let's give him a nice round of applause once again for that class.
Congratulations in that class. First place going to Landon Marshall. Second, Jake Henderson. Third, Lucas Myers, followed by Ella Jane Michael. Charles Farmer, Macy Hoffman, Hunter Ross, and Taylor Henderlight. Class 2 middleweight crossbred market barrows. We have 8 entries weighing 270 to 275. Helen Farmer, Sarah Cron, Jacob Myers, Hunter Ross, Waylon Wilkins, Grant Bowman, Gannon Long, and Lydia Parlett.
Well, an interesting class, but a very difficult one to put together. It just doesn't have that one as a ringer to kind of run to the top of the drive and says that one's got to win. But yet they're nice hogs up top in the drive. The young ladies hog we're starting with the class, so just there's more hog there. That's a fresher topped, fresher rib, fresher bodied hog with more true muscle behind, with the same kind of bone and skull shape we got in one of the other ones out here. They're just more hog in a fresher type of pattern. I'd like to roll that one, set that one back in its elbow just a bit, change the way he sets his front feet. He ties the most of the best together in this particular drive. Young man's pig in second. From the profile aspect and as far as a skeletal build, that was the best one in the drive. He's just been held on a little too long. Probably 3 weeks or plus was where he was at peak. He's starting to get up in his chine. He's getting more average along his loin edge. He's getting a little plainer in his stifle shape going directly away. But from the far as running gear goes, the way the ability to get out and get after it, that's a very good one. He just flattens in his pattern a little too much everywhere. 1 in third does have more freshness at top and is a little fresher presenting kind of a pig as far as true shape, a fresh kind of shape. He's already wanting to search a little bit on what he wants to do with these front feet. His dew claws are probably bugging him there just a little bit. He's kind of picking every step, not knowing exactly what he wants to do and being a little more tentative in his stride. He's got a little bit of a gland issue going on there behind his sheath. They'll hold that against him very much. We just got to change him structurally up front and make him just a little more comfortable from end to end. One next is very well presented, very well driven pig. Do a nice job showing that hog. Elevated, good looking from the side. He just disappears on us when he comes at us and goes directly away. Again, another one that was probably very, very good maybe a month ago there is probably where peak was on that one. He's just getting a little washed out and bland down his top. He's getting a little plainer, his muscle shape behind, a little more up in his chine and crest, but a good design hog from the profile. This one here, as far as just a sheer stoutness and punch, is the one of the class. That's a heavy boned, good skulled hog with good turn to his top and rib. But this angle I get right here, he gets way wide in his stifle. He wants to set way on the outside of his skeleton. We got to fix him a little bit, going directly away as far as that running gear behind. Good design kind of a pig, elevated, good high-headed kind of a hog that's level in his design. Level in his hip. He wants to get just a little softer in the center of his top because of that flexibility. And as you watch him go directly away from me, he's wanting to plant on the outside of his hoof wall. We need to square that up just a bit. The pig out next, just a good solid hog, elevated, boxy bodied, level made kind of a pig. It has a good free and easy kind of a stride. He just doesn't have enough punch down his top. He doesn't have enough boldness and power going directly away. One coming out next is a good pig from the aspect of, again, growth, stout skull kind of a hog, has some rib, has some body, has some true shape. We just got to put it in a shot more eye-appealing type of fashion. Let's give them a nice round of applause once again for that group as they head back.
Congratulations in the middleweight crossbred market bearers class 2. First place going to Sarah Cron, followed by Hunter Ross in second. Third to Grant Bowman. Helen Farmer in fourth. Waylon Wilkins in fifth. Lydia Parlett in sixth. Jacob Myers in seventh. And Gannon Long in eighth. We're bringing back our winners from middleweight class 1, Landon Marshall. And class 2, Sarah Cron. And the seconds, Jake Henderson and Hunter Ross.
Well, this division here again, 4 nice individuals. Again, those classes kind of had some sword in them. They had some challenges within them, but I think we got a nice set out here for our top 2 of each drive. There's one out here to me that is a fresher, boxier build kind of a hog. It just has a very fresh presentation. Skull is really good, top shape. Comes with shape out of the top of his rib, extremely good. Squares up with a ton of muscle going directly away. I think he kind of daylights the other 3. And then the other one is going to be another fresh top, good ribbed one that needs to be a little more intact in his elbow with just a shot more look in front of his blade. Young man's all black pig is going to be your division champion. Young lady right here, the one that last class, is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to our champion middleweight division crossbred Market Barrow, Landon Marshall, and reserve champion Sarah Cron. We're going to go into the heavyweight crossbred Market Barrows, two classes. Class 1, Carson Stern, Preston Widener, Luke Wetzel, Lauren Wright, Jake Henderson, Selena Perez, Kenna Kearns, Spencer Trumbo, Meredith Horsley, and Reagan Dean. Our judge today is Mr. Jim McCoy. Jim is from Bloomberg, Ohio, where he has retired from Real McCoy Genetics, a show pig and boar stud operation. Currently, he is operating an independent show pig consulting business, assisting with multiple boar studs breeders and show pig producers, helping them with marketing and sales and helping families with their new purchases, making the show pig life a more fulfilling experience. Jim is married to his wife Amanda and has 4 children and 12 grandchildren. He's been judging swine shows at all levels over the past 45 years in 33 states. Let's give him a big round of applause this morning.
Well, really nice bear to lead this heavyweight thing off here. This narrow-belted bear that wins the drive again, I think wins this class for fun. A really good design, well prepared, well presented kind of a pig. Awesome length and look in front of his blade. His skull shape is extremely good. Watching there as far as that shoulder blade movement, the angulation, and the way that one sets and goes, and from shoulder to knee, front foot, everything blends the way it needs to. He's really good in his chest. He's adequate in his knee. Bones match everything we see up above the body line. Awesome freshness of body and really good freshness of top, and a square kind of a hip and the right kind of hock, and sets him within himself. A very nice barrow. The painted up pig we got here in second is one that again has more stoutness and denseness of feature than our third place individual compared to our class winner. Not as neat in his throat latch, not as neat up in his crest. He's good as far as his boxiness and length of body. He's heavy structured. He takes a good long kind of a stride with a good kind of squareness of rib shape. He's not quite as crisp and clean and shapely right along his loin edge. He wants to get just a shot more independent in his elbow and roll his front feet a nickel, but a very, very good kind of a barrow. The one in third is a good design kind of pig. The first thing against him is the fact he's pale. He just needed a suntan a little bit, and they never look quite as good when they're not blackened up. But that's a very good design, boxy length of body, elevated up front in relationship to the rest of his body, levels out through his top and hip, very good. Wide-chested, good need, very good jawline, but not quite enough stoutness of jawline. Needs a shot more feature from that aspect. He needs a shot more bone work, but that's a very good built one nonetheless. The blue-eyed barrow we got coming out next, really stout. This one is stout-skulled, a great big forearm working in this guy. He's got a big square, fresh top. He's got lots of muscle behind. He gets a little steeper and rounder out of his hip. He gets a little pudgier up in his crest, but a very, very nice kind of a barrow. Those are 4 high-caliber kind of pigs. What we got coming up next up just doesn't have enough stuff, not enough punch and power to him. Good looking kind of barrow out of his front end. He's shapely and square down his top. He's lean in his makeup. He wants to get a little higher and tighter in his spine. He gets a little more shallow in his forerib and his flank. Like to fix that aspect. The one coming out next, I'd like to have seen this one about 30 days ago. That one's front 2/3 are as good as it gets in this particular drive. Right length of body. He's good skulled, level design, really good reach. You get him behind him, he just doesn't have enough in the seat of his pants to get himself up any higher in this particular class. But he was a good one day, I about guarantee it. The one coming out next is one that from the front end, stout skulled, opened up in his chest, I think very good. A muscular hog down his top, a muscular hog through his hip. He gets a little rounder, tighter out of his hip. He gets a little lower set in his front end. Doesn't clean up in his crest quite as good. And the pig we finish up with down here on down the line, this black one right here is one that has more freshness of top and shape than the pigs we're going to end up with over here in the two in the corner here. The one coming out next just beginning to cave in again in his chest and his knee. Again, probably had to be held on a little bit because of growth rate, what have you, but he's one that's still nice from the side. He just has to open up with more true width. The one we finish up with down here, very similar in kind, just doesn't have quite the eye appeal and presentation as far as that levelness of design and that look out of its front end, but again, a hog that still has some skull, still has some shape at top. Let's give him a nice round of applause once again, if you would.
First place goes to Reagan Dean. Second, Luke Wetzel. Third, Kenna Kearns. Fourth, Meredith Horsley. Fifth, Luke Wetzel. Lauren Wright. Sixth, Jake Henderson. Seventh, Selena Perez. Eighth, Spencer Trumbo. Ninth, Preston Widener. And 10th, Carson Stern. Heavyweight crossbred market barrows class 2 should be entering the ring. Entries weighing 290 to 300. Fisher Thompson, Lillian Morcones, Colton Vincent, Carson Stern, Logan Cassiano, Hunter Ross, Emery Seal, and Madison Randall.
Again, a very challenging class to go through with some differences I'll visit with you about. The young man's she's got the show bear out of this particular class. That's a very well presented, fresher looking kind of a pig out of his skull. He's very fresh and crisp along his loin edge, good in his muscle pattern behind. He's got a good kind of a running gear as far as length of stride. He first came in, he wanted to stumble a little bit on those front feet. He's a little long in the tooth on those pasterns there, but it's not really as much a pastern problem as it is always the outside dew claw, bugging him a little bit, maybe searching a hair, but that's a very nice, good design kind of a pig right there to lead the drive with good shape. Kind of a trade-off on what second, third, and fourth right here, really. There's not one that just jumps out to be the next one. I'm going to use the young man's pig here in second. There's just a little more punch in this hog, a stout-skulled hog, to me, that has more of an athletic reach off his hind leg. He's good in his levelness of design. He's still fresh in his top. He doesn't tie it at the front of his shoulder blade quite as good as the ones we had above him in the drive. He wants to maybe search a little bit also there on those front feet, just a nickel. But a nice kind of a hog with, again, I think a very, very good kind of a presence, a good kind of a look. Really good running gear in that one. The one that it didn't hit me real good coming in, he hit me kind of vanilla, and he is a little plainer, but that's a very good design pig. He's well presented, elevation, look out of his front end's very good, levelness of top, levelness of hip, squares up really good with a good fresh kind of top, a good fresh kind of a skull. He's a little plainer, his muscle pattern behind doesn't take quite as authoritative kind of a step off his hind leg. One coming out next, another one about 30 days ago would have been killer, I would guess. He looks like he's got a little hold a problem there right now as far as trying to keep him in line on that aspect. Awesome one from the side, good skull, good reach, good levelness of design, squares up very, very good up front. He gets a little disappointing in his muscle shape as he goes directly away. Again, he's just looks like he's had some hold. The blue hog coming out next just doesn't have the running gear we had any of those previous to him in the drive. I like the skull, bone, forearm size. This hog's got a big square, crisp kind of a top. He wants to pinch his ham-loin junction just a little bit, gets off in the kind of the way he goes out of his hip and hind leg set. The hog exiting the ring there right now is just a good solid hog with rib, body, dimension, doesn't have the look out in front of his blade to get any higher here today. The next one is one that has scale and elevation, wants to cave in his chest just a little bit more and get a little bit narrower from his chest to his knee. He kind of leaves us the same way, but from the side he's got some elevation, got some body to him. And the pigs we finish up with here get a little lower set in their front end. They're kind of wanting to rock forward because they're not quite as correct in that hip and hind leg set, wanting to roll and get a little more bow-legged as they go directly behind. But again, hogs that have some rib, have some true shape. Let's give them a nice round of applause once again as they head back.
Congratulations in that class. First place going to Luke Wetzel. Second, Logan Cassiano. Third, Lillian Marconis. Fourth, Hunter Ross. Fifth, Emery Seal. Sixth, Carson Stern. Sixth, Colton Vincent. Seventh, Carson Stern. Eighth, Madison Randall. And ninth, Fisher Thompson. We're going to bring back from Class 1, Reagan Dean and Luke Wetzel. And from Class 2, Luke Wetzel and Logan Cassiano.
Well, it's been a really nice division of pigs, and not without challenges by any means. And they didn't just automatically everything sort to 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a lot of studying going on there because there's always something you want to change about each of them. There's always some kind of a grant. It's like, well, if it was a little better there, we'd be more comfortable using that one, and try to put the best together. That's what judge is supposed to do is have some consistency and some priority and do it that way and stay that way from beginning to end. There's two out here to me I think surface very, very easily, one in particular, but they're two really fresh, well-presented, good-looking ones out of their front end. They got skull shape. They got running gear. One of them's a little longer front passer, not quite as comfortable on the front foot, and that's the main separation there. The other one that's going to win this division, I think, is very, very good. Young lady's got your champion right out here with the black shirt on. Young man right here has got your reserve.
Congratulations to our heavyweight division crossbred Market Barrow, exhibited by Reagan Dean, and reserve champion heavyweight crossbred Market Barrow from Luke Wetzel. That was class 2. Now we're going to bring back our champions from the lightweight division, James Marshall and Logan Cassiano. From the middleweight division, Landon Marshall and Sarah Cron. And from the heavyweight division, Reagan Dean and Luke Wetzel. Following this final champion Market Barrow drive, we will take a 5-minute recess before we begin the crossbred Market Gilts.
Well, it's been a really nice barrow show. That's 6 good individuals out there represent those weight ranges really well, and you kind of study them, and again, it's immaterial that they all happen to be black pigs. Next year they may all be blue butts or calicos, who knows. They're just good pigs and good livestock, and they're well cared for, well presented, a really good group. I think it's a daylight situation as far as the one that's going to win it. And the one for reserve, truthfully, is going to be a very very close decision. One of them is boxier and stouter and probably a little better on his feet, and another one's just maybe a shot longer body, more extended with a little more reach. But again, you kind of study that for yourself. That's my decision to get done here today. Your grand champion overall barrow is going to be a young lady with the black shirt on with that heavy. In contention for reserve, as we look at the reserve heavy and the middleweight pig here is where that decision lies. I like the squareness of foot and the boxiness of build, the freshness of build. That's going to be reserve.
Congratulations to our grand champion crossbred Market Barrow, exhibited by Reagan Dean, and reserve champion crossbred Market Barrow, exhibited by Landon Marshall. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So we will begin at 10:30. It is 10:25. We're going to start with the crossbred Market Gilts. We have a lightweight division. Hunter Ross, Karma Bright, Spencer Trumbo, Addison Green, Coleman Seal, and Luke Wetzel. Be ready at the ring in 5 minutes.
If the champion and reserve from the crossbred barrow section could please come up and pick up their awards, please, from the light and middleweight division. Again, champion and reserve for the light and middleweight, come up to the table and pick up your awards. Thank you. Please start bringing those lightweight crossbred market gilts to the makeup pens, please.
Coleman Steele. Luke Wetzel and Coleman Steele, you need to be at the ring with your market gilt. Luke Wetzel and Coleman Steele. We are going to go ahead and get started with our lightweight crossbred market gilts. These are single classes per division. These first pigs weigh 220 to 252. Entries from Hunter Ross, Karma Bright, Addison Green, Coleman Steele, and Luke Wetzel. Our show sponsors for today are the Virginia Pork Council, Land of Promise Farm, Creative Virtue Awards, C&H Pipeline Solutions, Prince William Farm Bureau, King William Farm Bureau, Page County Farm Bureau, Charles City, James City, New Kent, York County Farm Bureau, Northumberland Lancaster Farm Bureau.
Well, just a single class in each division here, so these will be your champion and reserve champion lightweights, I guess, here. The young man that has the darker pigmented gilt over here that wins the drive as a really three-dimensional, stout kind of a hog. It's heavy-boned, big forearm. Love the skull shape and the way that one ties the top for blades and levels down her top with a big, robust, square, fresh kind of a top. Very good chest floor, knee coming at you. Very bold-bodied and fresh-bodied. A lot of muscle volume behind and right on the edges. I wouldn't want to see it any wider in its stifle or its hock, but I think very manageable from that aspect. If you changed her, you want to maybe blend her just a little better in her hem-loin junction, but she wins this class very handily. The lighter pigmented gilt that we got in second is really good design, and I do like the squareness and reach off her hind leg, probably better than her class winner. Got a neat look out of her front end, a very feminine look out of her front end, but still a very good kind of a chest floor. I like the levelness of top, levelness of hip. She gets way longer in her front pasterns than what I would deem ideal, and I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work. A heavier structured gilt that we got in third right here, and I do like that about this one. She gets just a little plainer in her overall shape and a little plainer in her body, but she's heavy structured. She's got a good kind of a skull, got a big athletic kind of a hind leg, maybe steps on the outside there just a hair, but a very nice kind of a gilt. The Belgian one comes out with next, a stout skulled kind of a hog. It has some pliability of center, not quite the heaviness of structure, not quite the cleanness of jawline. We had the ones that just above it in the drive, but a nice kind of a gilt. The blue one coming out next is another nice one as far as having a clean kind of a front end, good jawline working in this one. Got a clean square kind of a top and pretty good kind of a running gear in this one. She just gets a little narrower in her chest, just a little narrower going directly away from you, but a nice profiling one nonetheless. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back, please.
First place and champion goes to Luke Wetzel. Second and reserve to Coleman Seal. Third, Hunter Ross. Fourth, Karma Bright, and fifth, Addison Green. Our middleweight crossbred market gilts. We have entries from Clay Jackson, Olivia Fisher, Landon Marshall, Selena Perez, Madison Bagley, and Rachel Hale.
Again, a class that sorts itself very handily. The young man's blue-eyed gilt that wins this division there is a really nice one. That one, again, I know we're in a market class, but if we're in a breeding class, that would be a good breeding hog too, because that's an awesome kind of a skull, a great jawline. Blends really good, very cocky, high-headed kind of a gilt that levels herself out through her top and her hip. And she's got an abundance of muscle, but really the right kind, and stays within herself exactly the way she needs to. She's heavy structured and shows a lot of bone work from the body line down with a good, strong kind of a foot. She's got the adhesive deal going on. As long as that doesn't become the norm in the industry, that's okay. That doesn't win it for you or lose it for you in my book, but that's just good livestock. Very nice kind of a gilt. The belted one is a neat-looking one from the side. I like the skull, the levelness of design, the boxiness and pliability of center. That's a heavy bone one. It's, again, very level made, very level hipped. This one takes a little shorter, choppier kind of a stride. Just wants to search out about a 4-inch step and doesn't really pick up and motor that hind leg. Doesn't give the abundance of muscle down his top and through the hip. That's what we had in that blue one that won the drive, but a nice kind of a hog. Also like to change that one's front feet just a nickel. One coming out next, not quite as heavy structured, not quite as neat up there her front end as either one of those top two placing pigs. Not as good up in her crest or chine or jawline, but she's got a fresh square top. She's got body shape. She's got muscle volume behind. I need to relax her pasterns a little at both ends, square her up a little bit, and her knee coming directly at us again. Make her just a little sleeker up through her front end. The one coming out next is sleeker up front, like we'd like to see in the one just above it, but there's not enough hog there, not quite enough power in its rib cage, not quite enough boldness down its top and body shape, but a really good kind of a running gear as far as length of stride, reach, heaviness of structure, foot size, all that very, very good. A little softer front pastern, change that about it, but it's in better shape on structure than the all black one we got coming out here next. That's a fresh kind of a pig with a tremendous amount of muscle volume in its top, a big body shape. Working in this one, excellent chest floor, a little too low set, just a little too more modern in its kind for where we're at in our weight range, and that one sets considerably wider behind than we need to. We need to draw that one back in about 6-8 inches. How it goes. The blue-eyed gilt we got next, just a solid hog, good kind of a skull, a clean square kind of a top, got some muscularity behind, a less chest floor working in this one, a little less correctness at its knee, a little less levelness of design behind for reach and power, but a good kind of a gilt that has some frame size and extension. Once again, let's show them our appreciation as they head back, if you would.
First place and champion in that class goes to Landon Marshall. Second and reserve to Selena Perez. Third, Madison Bagley. Fourth, Olivia Fisher. Fifth, Rachel Hale. And sixth, Clay Jackson. For the heavyweight crossbred market gilts, we have pigs weighing 282 to 300. We're going to hang out in the pens for just a minute so that we can let one last exhibitor make it up here. So thank you for being patient. Our partners for this weekend's event: State Fair of Virginia, Virginia Farm Bureau, Virginia Cooperative Extension, the Virginia Youth Animal Science Program, Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, and First Bank and Trust. Assisting with the presentation of awards this morning is Savannah Jones. Savannah is a member of our newly formed Virginia 4-H Livestock Ambassador Team. Let's give her a round of applause. Now entering the ring is the heavyweight crossbred market gilts. Entries from Reagan Dean, Kinsley Talbert, Kenna Kearns, Jacob Bowers, Kinsley Talbert, and Grant Bowman.
nice pair of gilts in this division here, and the young lady didn't hear me when I said to go ahead and weigh them. I wanted both those weighed, and she was going to win that class really right from the get-go coming in. That one there's got a better running gear, really good reach, really good angles, really good set off of both ends. I like the set of shoulder blade, knee, and front foot. Heavy structured, big-footed hog, takes a really good athletic kind of a stride behind. She's average in her chest and she's average at her knee. She doesn't deviate much, but she's not really bold and robust coming at you. But in this particular drive, ties the most of the best together. Again, the best running gear package, best looking package, good kind of a gilt. One we got in second here. If we get this one to just grab a gear, she takes a little shorter, more tentative kind of a stride, and she never wants to release her rear passengers. She keeps them stiff and tight. That impedes that movement and how they can get out there and really roll after it. She just kind of stays in first gear all the time. But compared to the rest of the class, that's a good looking one out of her front. I love the skull shape and the squareness of chest and knee. Actually, a little better chest and knee than the one we started the class with, but just a little shorter, more choppy, tentative kind of stride. Elevation's good, proper length of body, levelness of hip, squareness of build, nice kind of a gilt. One in third is just too spongy off her front feet. She's a neat one for stoutness of skull. She's very good as far as boldness and squareness and freshness at top, and got a big, fresh kind of muscle pattern going behind. She's running a little bit on flat tires on both ends, particularly up front, but we need to air those deals up and get her to where she's more comfortable in the way she goes. The one next here we got in here is a good hog as far as top shape goes, muscle volume goes. This one here just gets a little more in at her knee, wants to get a little more knock-kneed, need to square her up in her chest and knee a bit to make her heavier structured and level her hipped. But I do like the freshness of top she's got. The pig we got here next, another big muscular kind of a hog. It's got a very stout skull, but just not quite as good a look out of her front end. She doesn't blend in her crest and chine quite as good in her jawline. She doesn't hitch with quite that extra comfort behind, but compared to the rest of the competition, still has some shape and has some width. The wide-belted pig we finish up with a little more two-dimensional. Big-scaled, extended, long body kind of a pig. We don't see that extra dimensional width coming and going. Don't see that extra body shape that we saw in the ones above it in the drive. But a good class of hogs. Let's give them a nice round of applause once again.
Congratulations in that class. First place and champion goes to Reagan Dean. Second and reserve to Kenna Kearns. Third, Grant Bowman. Fourth, Jacob Bowers. Fifth, Kinsley Talbert. And sixth, Kinsley Talbert. This is our grand champion crossbred market gilt division. We'll have Luke Wetzel, Coleman Seal, Landon Marshall, Selena Perez, Reagan Dean, and Kenna Kearns.
Well, again, 3 division winners here that suit me extremely well as they come back and hit the ring. And, I mean, they cast that same kind of shadow, that same kind of mold we're looking for. Those good-looking, good built ones with stoutness of feature, but it's still a good kind of a look, a neat kind of a look with the right bones, the right feet, everything. I think proportions really well in these 3. They represent their divisions very, very well. I think it gets to be fairly close out here, but the one that to me that has everything balanced up better, more boxy in her length of body, and ties everything together really good. Good looking out of her front end, very good as far as squareness and build. Better chested and better knee than one of them out here. Young man's blue-eyed gilt's going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Landon Marshall. We're going to bring back Selena Perez from that class.
How we drop in another good one, but it truthfully comes down between the other two division winners we got out here. One of them is a little bolder chested, but to me wants to pinch a little more in the ham-loin junction and get a little rounder out of her stifle and set just a little wider at her hock. Another one is probably not quite as good coming at you, but man's got a tremendous kind of a running gear and still a very fresh kind of a top. Really good length out in front of her blade. I like that heavy. That's going to be your reserve.
And congratulations to our reserve champion crossbred Market Gilt, exhibited by Reagan Dean. We will move into the registered purebred market hogs. We have 4 entries in Class 1. Helen Farmer, Tristan Buswell, Clay Jackson, and Bradley Cron. My apologies. This is a class of 3 purebred market hogs weighing 265 to 275. Entries from Helen Farmer, Tristan Buswell, and Bradley Cron. Sarah Cron and Logan Cassiano, please return to the ring area to pick up an award. Sarah Cron and Logan Cassiano, come to the ring area for your award.
Well, a really nice purebred bear lead off this particular class here. The young ladies, hog here in front of me again, easily wins the class. That's a 3-dimensional, stout skulled, a good built one, fresher in its makeup, better in its build as far as a profile design, levelness, reach, squares in its chest quite a bit better, leaves us with a really good muscle pattern down its top and body shape and a good square kind of a hip working in it with a good running gear. Very nice bear, very well prepared, very well driven. The young man's bear that's got in second here is going to be one that, again, by comparison, it does have some extension and elevation and all that. He's got more chest floor and he's got more muscle volume right there from stifle to stifle going directly away from you than what our third place hog does, but he doesn't have that extra freshness up there. He's his head and his crest, he doesn't have quite that extra boldness top of his rib. Getting a little more A-frame there right in his chine. The one we finish up with is kind of a good-looking one from the side. I like skull shape on that one. Elevation has the right kind of length of the body, but gets a little higher and tighter in his top, a little steeper in his hip. Definitely wants to narrow up a little bit from end to end. We just see she just disappears on us a little bit as you watch her come and go. We just got to give her groceries time and open her up with a little more natural width. Let's give them a nice round of applause once again for your purebred market hog exhibitors.
In that class of purebred market hogs, first place to Helen Farmer, second Bradley Cron, and third Tristan Buswell. Next we have class 2 purebred market hogs weighing 280 to 300. Entries from Hunter Eversole, Sawyer Zolman, Samuel Smith. 2 entries from Bradley Murphy and Stella Zolman.
Well, it took a little time to get this other one weighed. We lost one to the scales there that weighed out, but we for sure got the class winner. What was going to be the Yorkshire Barrow was going to win the class from the time he walked in. That's the best design one that still has some freshness of pattern. I like his skull. I like his elevation at point of shoulder in relationship to his height to hip. Squares up, I think, very, very good. Truthfully, this one has a good enough skeleton in him. He could be pushed on and made a pretty stout one in the end and really bulk him up and give him just a shot more punch. But that's a very good built one that, again, very worthy of winning the class. The red one got in second here, just inherently a little lower set in his front end, not as clean in his throat latch, not quite as good up in his crest and chine, but comparatively to the rest of the competition, still has more rib and more natural body shape, still got some boldness down his top, just doesn't design as good. The Yorkshire here is one, by comparison, doesn't have the chest floor and the squareness coming at you that the red one had. It wants to cave in his knee and get a forward set from shoulder to knee, particularly his left front. We'd like to change his structure aspect from that to angle. Elevation's good. Levelness of design's good. He's just a little farther past 12 o'clock and caving in at the base of his skeleton. The pair of Berkshires, as we bring both those out, this one I felt had just a shot more turn or rib and center body. Just a shot more natural top shape, but comparatively to the rest of the class, they're just got to have more diameter bone, just a shot more squareness of skeleton from end to end, base him a little wider, a little truer. Basically the same situation here. Want to square him up in his knee, get him just a shot more bone work to get him higher to drive. Let's give him a nice round of applause once again, if you would.
In that class, first place goes to Hunter Eversole. Second, Samuel Smith. Third, Bradley Murphy. Fourth, Stella Zolman. And fifth, Sawyer Zolman. We're going to bring back Hunter and Helen for the final drive with Bradley Cron and Samuel Smith.
Well, not many pure market hogs in our division here, but I think we're going to land with a couple of nice ones that'll take a nice backdrop, and they're good projects for the kids. And keep trying to build this purebred thing, the pedigree deal. Again, it gives breeds identity, and one of these days, you never know, you may have a full gambit of Spots, Polands, Herefords, Tamworths, and all that. When you get to building with some of those things and get those pedigreed classes going, there's less competition in them. It's a way to get opportunity to get some good pigs bought and show them in a different class. Just kind of try to keep building upon that. The two that, again, I think very handily, win it very, very easily. We got a really good, fresh, well-made one that's really stout and bold. We got a very good design one, doesn't have quite as much punch. Your champion is going to be the young lady's Duroc right here. Young man's Yorkshire here to my right is going to be reserved.
Our champion purebred market hog went to Helen Farmer, and reserve champion to Hunter Eversole. We are going to move straight into the reserve or the grand champion overall market hall drive. From the Barrow division, we need Reagan Dean and Landon Marshall. From the Gilt division, we need Landon Marshall and Reagan Dean. And from the purebred division, Helen Farmer and Hunter Eversole.
Well, let's give all your kids a nice round of applause today for a really nice hog show. They've done very well. Again, thanks for the opportunity to come down and work your show. I know we got showmanship later and some breeding gilts there late tomorrow morning to go through. And again, thanks for the opportunity to come down and work with your kids and work through good livestock. It's all I've ever done, and that's all I ever wanted to do. And I'm thankful to be my age and being in it this long and basically still having a job, basically, because I love coming doing this. I love going to see pigs and visiting with pig people, and it's kind of what it's all about. It's a people business. The pigs are very, very secondary. This gives us a really good avenue to raise our kids. Nothing like raising a kid out in the livestock barn and teaching them basically about life, of the way everything rolls, and then teaching the work ethic. And these kids are going to be the ones that's going to lead us out of the messes that are current and have been in the past. And I think with the work ethic and the common sense that is going to come with this particular project, we're going to be in pretty good hands if we can get them in the right places of leadership in the future, whether it's anything to do with the livestock business or something up the road. They're going to be the ones that will lead us. So again, anytime you can support those kids, make sure you do it, whether it's just a pat on the back or someplace to raise a pig or something basically supplying awards, whatever it is, support them, because this is a great opportunity that we've been presented, and we need to be thankful that we've got this with the kind of people involved within this industry. We get ready to pick our champion here again. I thank the show committee. They've done a really nice job of getting everything efficiently in and out of here and get us rolling through. And I guarantee I've given every one of these kids a fair shake. And hopefully you've taken time to listen to a few of the reasons about each, because I talked to every pig. So, I mean, some of the things we'd like to, not criticizing their projects, but just basically trying to make them as good as we possibly can. Once in a while, this breeding thing is really intriguing, a lot of fun, and sometimes it's very frustrating. One step forward, 2 steps back, and sometimes 4 steps forward, and we keep rolling. You never know what's going to hit you that next year. As we study these out here, there's 2 that light me up really good. That I like quite a little bit. That I think, again, to kind of daylight the deal in my opinion out here. Your grand is going to be your young lady's bear right here. Young lady, the man's blue-eyed hog right here is going to be reserved.
Congratulations. Our grand champion overall market hog was exhibited by Reagan Dean from the Barrow division. And the reserve champion overall market hog exhibited by Landon Marshall from the gilt division. We are going to take a 30-minute break to prepare for showmanship. We will start back up at 11:45. Hope you can join us then. We are ready to get started with our swine showmanship. We're going to start with the senior swine showmanship. We have 3 heats. In the first heat, Ruth Hale, James Marshall, Hunter Eversole, Lydia Parlett, Kenna Kearns, Colton Vincent, Hunter Ross, Rachel Hale, and Sarah Cron. Our judge today is Mr. Jim McCoy. Jim is from Bloomingburg, Ohio, where he is retired from Real McCoy Genetics, a show pig and boar stud operation. Currently, he is operating an independent show pig consulting business, assisting with multiple boar studs breeders and show pig producers, helping them with their marketing and sales. He also helps families with their new purchases, making the show pig life a more fulfilling experience. Jim is married to his wife Amanda and has 4 children and 12 grandchildren. He has been judging swine shows at all levels over the past 45 years and in 33 states. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Well, we've got 3 heats of our senior showmen to go through, and we're going to get our top 10. I'm going to hold, I believe, 3 out of this particular group to me have just a shot more aggressiveness level and still a very smooth kind of a pattern the way they have everything presented, give me all the different views. Basically, each of you got good eye contact. I think for the most part, all that is going very good. Some of you just need to have just a little more finesse and mannerisms on your turns and hit the open areas and give me those different unique views. That 45 coming at you, they're going directly away, the side shot, kind of a triangle type of a situation is what we got. But anyhow, the 3 that and it's always a good sign toward the end that those are the 3 driving to you again. Young man right here is coming back in no particular order. Young man right here is coming back, and young lady here with the blue-eyed gilt right here is going to be our 3 that's going to come back for our final. Let's give them a nice round of applause if you would.
So returning from that heat, we will have James Marshall, Hunter Ross, and Sarah Cron. No, Kenna Kearns. This is Heat 2, Senior Showmanship. Samuel Smith, Emery Seal, Clay Jackson, Addison Green, Landon Marshall, Michaela Lloyd, Macy Hoffman, and Jacob Bowers.
I'm going to keep 4 back out of this particular group until we run our third run there to get our 10. Again, basically good eye contact. A couple of them need to use a little more eye contact. We got a few pigs getting a little more around the edges or kind of stalling out and just not giving that good, steady, easy flow out there to get your job done. But, again, I think we got 4 that we'll bring back for our finals. It should be very competitive. A young fella right here with the red gilt is going to come back. Young man with the blue-eyed gilt right here is going to come back. Young man with the belted gilt in here, and the young lady with the all-black one. Those are going to be the 4 that are going to return. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. They did a nice job.
Returning from Class 2 for the final drive, we'll have Jacob Bowers, Michaela Lloyd, Landon Marshall, and Clay Jackson. For our final drive of final heat of senior showmen, we'll have Grant Bowman, Lillian Marconis, Bradley Murphy, Luke Wetzel, Reagan Dean, Evan Shiflett, Emily Vincent, Carson Stern, and Bradley Cron. Tanner Henderlight and Michael Miller, if you are around the show ring here, please go to your goat pen. That's Tanner Henderlight and Michael Miller. Please go to your goat pen.
Well, it's an extremely deep third heat here we've got in our seniors. I'm going to hold 4 back out of here. I believe that'll give us 11 to get our 10, and I think that's where we stop with these because there's several of you right on the bubble there, but don't wow you right to the end as far as some of those extra finesse moves and give me those unique views of the pig. But I think the whole group does a very nice job. The eye contact is probably more intense all the way down in this particular drive than probably what we've had in any of the previous. So, again, be commended there on all the good things that you're accomplishing out here. Again, in no particular order, I'm going to keep 4 out of here. Young man right here, it's got this off-belt pig. Young man right here with this blue-eyed pig right here coming back is going to be coming back. Young lady here with the black shirt is going to be coming back, and young lady with the other black shirt right here are going to be our 4 that we're going to return with. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Excellent group.
In that class of senior showmanship, returning for the final drive, Bradley Cron, Reagan Dean, Luke Wetzel, and Lillian Marconis. We are going to have a top 10 when the judge is ready. We're going to bring in James Marshall, Kenna Kearns, Hunter Ross, Jacob Bowers, Michaela Lloyd, Landon Marshall, and Clay Jackson, and Lillian Marconis, Luke Wetzel, Reagan Dean, and Bradley Cron.
Well, let's give your seniors a good round of applause. That's an excellent group of showmen. And we kind of switched up our numbers down here. The ones that are down in the end here, that's 11th on up is how it is. They're pinned opposite what we have been during the show. But anyhow, that's how we've got those pinned off over there. And they didn't maybe have quite the finesse or to get up in the young man that's got the one down there that would be 7th, the white pig. Just need more eye contact. You got that pig presented to Hilton, did a nice job with it today, but just got to see more eye contact. First impression, eye contact, and stare through me. You know, that'll get you in the top 5 any day. But just work on that particular aspect. Our top 5 we got out here again. I think just did an excellent job, and they're still walking the dog. They're doing a nice job. The distance, the pace, their mannerisms, eye contact, aggressiveness, but smooth. Pigs for the most part are acting very well. Got a couple getting a little bit hotter, but it's hot, so it's going to happen. They don't have pores and sweat glands like people do, and that's where they have to get their moisture out of their body. So I'd get that one cooled out when you do get it back into the pen there. But again, I felt like just did an excellent job here today. 5th place today is going to be a young lady right here with this off-belt pig. Extremely good. Out of the gate, the game face on, stare right through you. Maybe didn't give me quite the aggressive views coming out. The 3 of them that did the best coming out of the gate are going to be up in this top end that gave me that view outside and gave it to me away, and I felt like did an excellent job. Maybe wanted to see a little more of that there. Young fella right here that's got the hot pig, that's going to be 4th in the drive. Let's give him a nice round of applause. He's one I remember from the regular show. He came out like it was showmanship during the regular show, and that means a lot. I do remember that. Eye contact, aggressiveness, your positioning, everything was very, very good. Pigs getting worked up a little bit, but I felt like you did an excellent job. Maybe when you come out of the gate, give me that extra shot like these other 3 did out here. These are the 3 that gave me those shots. Out the gate, side, tailed it back in. I felt like one of them did the best of that, but each of these 3 made that first impression. This one here is a pig that's getting a little hot, but he's able to get that one worked up there as far as being able to get that pace and distance, give those unique views to me. Still got that hog running a good track and doing it right. Young lady right here is another one that, again, excellent coming out of the gate. First impression was spot on. Right out of the gate, aggressive, side view, tailed away. Never saw you miss a step. Very, very consistent. It's first impressions and consistency that take you to the end. The young lady here with the blue-eyed gilt here is another one. Come out, give me those unique views. This one here doesn't have quite the gear that the other 2 do, so she has to work a little harder once in a while to get that one to go, but I felt like presentation was spot on, did a nice job. Each of them transitioned in the front of their pig, and by that I mean instead when I move in behind the pig, I don't want to see you come in behind me and get between me and your project. Transitioning is when I come in behind the pig or do that little figure 8 in behind it, you tail around the other side of the front end, and it's a finesse job. You can do it, and the hog will stop, and you can get him turned by going in front of him. But being able to take that extra step and a half out in front to let that hog go ahead and flow as you transition, it's an art. It's a specialty. I don't know if you're a drywaller or a welder or what is. This is an art, too, just the same way. And these kids do a very, very good job of it. I felt like very close placing here today. 3rd place is going to be a young lady here with this blue one right here. Young man right here, 2nd. Young lady with that belt one wins.
In that final drive, our champion senior showman goes to Reagan Dean. Reserve champion to Bradley Cron. 3rd, Kenna Kearns. 4th, Hunter Ross. 5th, Lillian Marconis. 6th, Jacob Bowers. 7th, Landon Marshall. 8th, Luke Wetzel. 9th, James Marshall. 10th, Clay Jackson. And 11th, Michaela Lloyd. We'll let these hogs out of the ring, and then we will start with intermediate. Ford, Tristan Buswell, Tegan Cassiano.
We're going to pull 3 back out of this particular group. Again, the hogs aren't cooperating quite as good around the edges here, a little bit more, but we got some that are still getting it accomplished, I think, fairly handily. I got 3. I think I have a little more eye contact, a little more ability to kind of get those pigs turned in the directions they want to get accomplished. 3 I'm going to hold back. The young lady right here with this belted pig right here, the young man with the belted pig right there, and the young man with the belted pig right there coming across. Let's give him a nice round of applause if you would.
From that class, we're pulling back Robert Ford, Selena Perez, and Logan Cassiano. This is Heat 2, Intermediate Swine Showman. Olivia Fisher, Skylar Zolman, Karma Bright, Ella Jane Michael, Lucas Myers, Mason Vanderhyde, John Hale, Isaac Cyphers, and Coleman Seal.
Well, this is an extremely deep group here. I'm going to keep 5 out of this particular group. I think depth is on the top end of this one is very, very good. Eye contact is quite a little bit better. Again, we got a few hogs, again, kind of scooting around the edges out into the distance there a little bit more, but I think for the most part, these hog projects are cooperating well. The eye contact's good. Seems like their position for the most part here in the initial go is good. And again, I think they do a lot of things right. One of you out here, I'd like to keep really good demand resistance, but have a tendency to put that offhand on top of the pig's back all the time. Just kind of maintain that, keep that, refrain from putting that other hand on top of the pig the entire time, and you'll work your way right on in there too. 5 that we're going to pull back in here. Again, with several of them right back up in there again. The young fellow right here with this belted pig. Young lady with the pink shirt, dark pink shirt on there. Young man right here with this belted pig. Young lady number 67 there with the paisley or leopard printed shirt. And young man right here. That's going to be our top 5 out of this particular class. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
In that class, returning for the final drive, Olivia Fisher, Ella Jane Michael, John Hale, Isaac Cyphers, and Coleman Seal. We have one final intermediate drive. This intermediate class heat will have Gannon Long, Elizabeth Summers, Hunter Bennett, Jake Henderson, Carly Gallahan, Cade Altman, Fisher Thompson, and Sawyer Zolman.
Another good group. I'm going to hold 2 back out of this. That will give us our final 10, and I think that's where we need to probably stop in this particular group. There's 2 of them I think just have, again, just a little better control of their pig, gave me a little more views coming in. I've done a real consistent job, I think, throughout on keeping that distance and pace kind of right out in here where we're seeing these right here right now. Got a few hogs want to, again, sort off into the distance there a little bit more and get lost in the shuffle a little bit, get stacked up amongst some of the other ones as they get in there closer to me. So just try to hit those open holes and do it in an effective type of fashion, do it courteous to the other drivers. The 2 we're going to hold back, young lady with the all black gilt out there and the young man right there with that narrow belt, the one that's right there in front of me that I'm pointing to. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
We're going to bring back from that class Elizabeth Summers and Jake Henderson. For our final drive, we're going to need Robert Ford, Selena Perez, Logan Cassiano, Olivia Fisher, Ella Jane Michael, John Hale, Isaac Cyphers, Coleman Seal, Elizabeth Summers, and Jake Henderson.
Well, let's give your intermediates a nice round of applause. That's another excellent group. Excellent group. The 5 we've still got remaining out here, again, I think are the ones that do the most consistent job. The aggressiveness level is still smooth and steady and easy. They get the hogs turned at different angles and basically in total command with pretty light use of the utensils. And again, they've done just an awfully good job throughout the drive. All 5 of these young people do a really nice job. Again, I think consistency-wise, just really did an excellent job. 5th place today is going to be the young lady with number 67 here in the middle, the belted pig in the middle. Let's give her a nice round of applause. That's one of the easiest driving pigs that there is out there. She maybe doesn't do quite the extras to kind of get me those extra angles at times. I liked her first impression coming out of the gate, was very, very good. Felt like she did an excellent job. Again, just not quite as many of the extras as far as that aggressiveness level to get that accomplished, but 5 really good showmen out here. 4th is a young man out here with the white belted pig. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Really nice job in regular class, and he just does a nice job of getting that hog out on the go. He's got one that strides pretty free and easy. Again, didn't feel like maybe he hit the holes quite as good as what we had in our top 3 individuals, but again, just excellent showman here. We get into our top 3, and again, we kind of study him a little bit. The young lady here again, I'll just talk about all 3 of them. The young lady right here did a tremendous job as far as first impressions and consistent, really, until I went to the microphone. That was the only time that hog ever acted up, when he got down there in the end. But she did such a nice job of maintaining that one through. I love the fact that you can just turn that one on a dime and doesn't shortchange the pig at all. You're able to get those different maneuvers to get yourself to an open hole, an open spot out there. Felt like you did a tremendously good job. Young lady with the black gilt here, she's got one that is getting a little more vocal out here, but you're still doing a nice job maintaining your composure. You're still keeping that pig under very, very good control and the right kind of pace, because she's hot. She's really getting a little ring sour here now, and she's telling us about it. But your eye contact, your mannerisms, everything is very, very good. Positioning's all very good also. With the cheetah pig here, the pink shirt on here, again, great first impression. Excellent eye contact. Came in, you gave me those different views coming in. You did, again, another extremely consistent job. I felt like all 3 of you did a very, very good job. 3rd today is going to be young lady with the black gilt. Young lady with the other belted gilt is going to be 2nd. Your champion is going to be young lady right here.
Congratulations, our champion intermediate goes to Ella Jane Michael. 2nd in reserve to Selena Perez. 3rd, Elizabeth Summers. 4th, Logan Cassiano. 5th, Olivia Fisher. 6th, Coleman Seal. Isaac Cyphers in 7th. 8th to Jake Henderson. John Hale in 9th. And Robert Ford in 10th. We will have a single class of juniors with 7 entries. We need Spencer Trumbo, Riley Nugent, Caroline Hagood, Preston Widener, Charles Farmer, Madison Randall, and Stella Zalman.
Well, again, our juniors here, again, just the one heat in here, so we're placing the entire class. The ones over there, the fifth on down, still a nice job. The one that was in seventh, I guess it is, that pig just never slowed down for you. I mean, I know your eye contact, you know what you wanted to do, but the partner didn't cooperate with you quite as well. But again, you maintained your composure very well. Young lady there in six is one that if you could shift your body position back more toward the hip of the hog instead of being up in the shoulder on that hog, or reach a little bit more, because a lot of times when you'll get your center of gravity is in front of that front half of the pig, you'll have a tendency to want to make them slow and back off. So if you get back a little bit and reach forward a little bit more, probably would be more beneficial. Young lady with the Berkshire may have a tendency to just put your hand on it there once in a while. Got a little faster on you, but your eye contact and mannerism is very, very good. Let's give them a nice round of applause that we've got over there in the pen. Again, the four youngsters we still got out here, again, still doing a very nice job. It's a hot day, and these pigs are cooperating. I think you could just drive them all day, and these kids are going to get it accomplished. Fourth today is going to be a young man here with this red shirt on, the off-belt pig. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Just come out and do a smooth, steady, easy job. Has a tendency to cross over on my side of the pig a little too often there to suit me. That would be the difference that makes you from third to fourth in this particular class. In third today is going to be a young man right here with the blue shirt. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Again, extremely good eye contact. Very, very intense young man. Really got a game face coming in and make good first impression. I didn't feel like maybe hit those open spots quite as good as our top two, but I felt like he did a lot of things right. Our two that we got out here, again, in no particular order, that was the two consistent ones out here. Their eye contact was good. A young fellow right here is really laid back and easy going and has a nice, steady, easy driving kind of a pig. But again, you made a good first impression and did a nice job of maintaining that throughout. Excellent first impression. The young lady here with the pink top on, I mean, very intense game face. I mean, she's serious about her job, and you got to be enjoying it, because you don't do showmanship this good unless you enjoy what you're doing. You can't make a kid do something they really don't want to do and do it at this kind of level. I felt like eye contact, mannerisms, intensity, did a nice job of giving me all those different views. Very, very consistent throughout, and still doing it. Second today is a young man. Young lady wins this drive.
Congratulations in that class. First place and champion to Caroline Haygood. Second, Charles Farmer and reserve. Third, Preston Widener. Fourth, Spencer Trumbo. Fifth, Stella Zalman. Sixth, Madison Randall. And seventh, Riley Nugent. We will have two class of novice. We need Waylon Wilkins to the ring area now for showmanship, novice showmanship. This first class, we will have Lauren Wright, Taylor McDaniel, Madison Bagley, Jacob Myers, Waylon Wilkins, Zachary Murphy, and Abby Lane Widener. all of the showmanship division champions. So from the senior division, Reagan Dean, intermediate, Ella Michael, Ella Jane, junior, Carolyn Haygood. We also need the reserves from the senior division, Bradley Cron, intermediate, Selena Perez, and Charles Farmer. Following the second heat and novice division champion, we will have the master showman round.
Well, just the two heats in this particular division, so we'll probably need to pull 5 out of here to try to come up to our 10 if we can. And I think we've got 5 worthy of coming back, again, to have just a little more proper presentation of that distance and pace out here at right in here we're seeing here right now. There's 5 of them again. They're coming back. Young fella right here with the blue shirt on, young lady right here with the wide belted pig, young lady with the white pig, young lady here with the off-belt pig, and a young lady here with the bullseye butted hog. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
From that heat, we're going to bring back Lauren Wright, Taylor McDaniel, Madison Bagley, Jacob Myers, and Abby Lane Widener. We're going to bring in heat 2, Jenny Gray Widener, Kinsley Talbert, Samuel Zalman, Peyton Johnston, Helen Farmer, Meredith Horsley, and Hunter Nugent.
Again, 2 heats. We're going to keep 5 out of this one to get our 10 there for that final drive. And I think the 5 that do the most of the best as far as that eye contact positioning are going to be very competitive here in our overall. And they're up and around here right where they need to be here at the end of the class. That's always a good sign. The 5 we're keeping back. The young lady with the red one. Young lady with the Berkshire, or I'm sorry, young man with the Berkshire. Young lady with the belted hog right there. Young lady here with the pink shirt on. And young lady with the blue. Let's give a nice round of applause for those 5 as they come back. That's a blue pig.
Returning from that heat, Jenny Gray Widener, Kinsley Talbert, Samuel Zalman, Peyton Johnston, I'm sorry, Meredith Horsley, not Talbert, and Helen Farmer. Okay, from the first drive, Lauren Wright, Taylor McDaniel, Madison Bagley, Jacob Myers, Abby Lane Widener. From the second heat, Jenny Gray Widener, Samuel Zalman, Peyton Johnston, Helen Farmer, and Meredith Horsley.
Well, let's give your novice top 10 a nice round of applause. That's the most competitive top 5 of all the age groups right there. These 5 that come out here, I mean, they're really after it. I mean, very, very intense, and they're enjoying their job, and they're getting some cooperation from their partner, and it's really enjoyable to watch when they're this younger age or first timers coming out to watch them kind of come out here and get the job done. It's a very, very good top 5. Fifth today is going to be a young lady here with this bullseye butted barrow over in the middle ring. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Good eye contact, good first impression. Just came out and did your job and got that accomplished very, very efficiently. Excellent job. The young lady with the other belted pig over there is going to be 4th in the drive. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She's got about as intense of eye contact, and you look like you're mad at me when you come out of the gate. You weren't mad at me, were you? She was very serious about her job, but I like that intensity. That was very, very good. Again, did so many things right on to the end of the drive. Very consistent showman. Our top 3 we got out here again, I think did very well. Third is going to be a young lady right here. Let's give her a nice round of applause. That one was just a little more stop and go, but man, she had some intensity to her and was able to keep rolling and keep it going and just did a nice job. Always knew where I was at within the entire show. Did a nice job. The 2 younger participants we got right out here, I think, did the most consistent job. A very good eye contact. Mannerisms are excellent. I felt like it was one of them just a shot more intense with just a shot more unique views coming and going and giving that first impression. But I think very, very good. Both of them did an excellent job. Second today is a young lady with the blue butt. The young lady with the Durock's going to win the drive.
Champion novice showman goes to Helen Farmer. Reserve and second goes to Meredith Horsley. Third, Lauren Wright. Fourth, Jenny Widener. Fifth, Abby Widener. Sixth, Madison Bagley. Seventh, Taylor McDaniel. Eighth, Peyton Johnston. Ninth, Jacob Myers. And 10th, Samuel Zalman. We will now have our master swine showman. From the senior division, we need Reagan Dean and Bradley Cron. From the intermediate division, we need Ella Jane Michael and Selena Perez. From the junior division, Caroline Haygood and Charles Farmer. And from the novice division, Helen Farmer and Meredith Horsley.
Well, let's give your master showman a nice round of applause out here again. They've done an excellent job. And again, it's a hot day, and these pigs have been out here several times and roamed around, and it's amazing. And we're not hearing a bunch of squealing. We've got one kind of falling out just a little bit on the side. But it happens. You know, it happens to all of us. And regardless of the amount of work you put in, sometimes they just stall out and quit or won't stop running. And it happens on a given day. But basically, again, these hogs are doing a very nice job. They're maintaining their composure really well. And we're going to do a top four overall, I guess, the master showman and then second, third, and fourth runner-up out of the deal. Again, there's four of them that surfaced to my mind. We brought all of them back out here. Again, we got some seconds in there that are eligible behind other ones within their particular age group. But again, it's going to be a little bit backwards order here. I might be giving the champion, and then we're going on down the line. But that's about the best way we can do this right here. Your supreme champion, your master showman out here today, the young lady wins that senior drive, is going to be your champion. Felt like she did an incredibly consistent job. Great first impression. Gave me all those views. Again, I felt like just did an excellent job. Reserve is going to be the second place senior showman out here with the spotted pig. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Again, just comes out and gets the job done, and the hog cooperated very well this go, and again did very, very good job. I felt like he was very deserving of that particular honor. Young lady out of the with the Duroc, I think it was the novice division, I believe, or your junior division, novice division, whichever it was. Well, you're going to be third overall right there. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Again, such a pleasant young showman, a good intensity level coming out of the gate, good first impression, good views, consistently kept coming back out there and giving me those at the right distance and right pace. Next in the drive, the fourth overall, is going to be a young lady with the cheetah pig. Felt like she did the next best job again as far as presentation out there. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a very nice job done.
Congratulations, our master swine showman is Reagan Dean. First runner-up, Bradley Cron. Second runner-up, Helen Farmer. And third runner-up, Ella Jane Michael. This does conclude the swine shows for today. We thank you all for coming. Have a good time at the fair.